Hey, welcome everyone. It is time to play some Division Two and enjoy the last day of Season 6. Hey, a bonus! Oxpecker. Yeah, remember to use all your scavenger tokens. Remember to um, do as many of these priority objectives. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's see how our other ones are doing. Again, you want to use up all your tokens on each one. Okay. Okay, Petrov, we got chance and damage. Don't need another one. Don't need another one. Yeah. Oh, don't need another one. Okay, we got crit damage. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Y'all gear. Let's see, expertise pistols. Okay. Yeah, and we're going to go through all our characters. We're going to make sure that we're used up in case something happens. We've used up all our shade on each one. Or and where are we at on the priority list? 2 elite patrols. So we've used up all our tokens, and this one is priority objective is 2 elite patrols activity. So we're going to abandon that one. See what we got here. Clear 1 landmark PvP. Uh, that should be easy enough. And let's see what our project is today. True Sons activities, capital, any invaded stronghold, gets the weekly done, capital building there. So projects for the day is True Sons activities. Name True Sons. True Sons activities. True Sons should be down here. There's the one. There's even a better one. So we'll go get those done. Hey, if you're watching, stop in, say something. If there's something you want to see today, questions you want answered. If I don't know the answer, I will look them up. I will find you an answer. I will talk to many of my fellow players, content creators. We will find you an answer if there's an answer to be had. I should see what kind of build I am running here. I just jumped in here without even checking what build I was running. Wow, what a rookie mistake. Soon the event is not set either. So I've made a lot of mistakes already. Definitely the event is not on. I do not see that popping a green grass. Gas. Rookie mistakes all the way around. How you doing, Payne? I apologize, guys. I have the wrong build on. That's why I called for help. So I guess that's a good way to for a content creator to kind of share with people that you know while you're doing things, don't put your teammates in this situation where they got to carry you because you made some rookie mistake. Happens to all of us, obviously, and I'm brave enough to admit it. Let's see if we got the yep, got it all done. Okay, and pick up all your stuff, guys, because we're going to reset this. I need to get the event back on. Let's see if it took. Oh, you guys didn't pick up the things. Now it's done. Maybe somebody run away. Huh, weird. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this reset like it was supposed to be. I don't know how it got turned off, but it is. Okay, let's see here. Where's my super suit? Where's my... Oh, I gotta go back to the White House. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Much better. Headshots do add up. Thank you. Thank you for hitting the button. Territory control activities. Oh, it's got to be involved with the territory control, maybe? There we go. These guys are running away from us or something? Yeah. But you can't shoot in two different directions, buddy. Okay. That didn't do it either. Two territorial control activities. Cross guns. There we go. Territory control. Oh, look at that rumble. There we go. Do you have a lady death? Save the goats, you got a lady death? I assume so. Okay. Let's see what else we have. It's one today. 2D or PvP? We looks like 3 floors of the summit. Okay. Let's see if there's any directives. Suppress grenade kills. Same great. And cool down. Oh shit, that dog is immune. Holy shit, this is gonna be tough. Starting over again. Wish you had a mic so you could communicate with me. Shit. Do I have glass cannon on? I gotta have. I do. I got glass fucking cannon on. One more floor. I hate those things. Okay, I got it done. So back to New York or back to DC. Roosevelt Island. Oh man. Great. Jesus, guys. Respawn. If you don't get a shot, stick around with the guy until they put him down, please. Don't let him get up behind us and shoot us in the back. Again, if you don't see a red cloud, finish him off, please. Or the green cloud. It's only challenging, guys. Hey, usually don't struggle like that. What's up? Hey, you guys there? Not much. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up with the struggle bus today? Just a reminder to use up all your stuff today. Look up. Hey, again, if you put them down and you don't kill them with a headshot, follow it up with shoot once they're down, shoot them in the head. Don't just go on to the next one. That way we just know each person's finished off. Okay. Jesus. You guys have never done this? There's no hunters. That's only on master level. Don't quit now. Yep. Nobody's got it on. I got. Oh, does he? No, no. I already on the wing. Come on, come on. You can do it. Come on, come on, Payne. Yeah, but yeah, no, that had nothing to do with that. You are in a bad place, Captain. They're gonna come out to your right. Okay. You can't you cannot kill him until you kill everybody in this room. You have to clear the room. He is on he there's one team that I seen kill him, but for the most part, he's gonna run in here. And you can kill him in here, but he needs more than assistance. Hold on, don't do anything yet. No, this isn't an invaded. You can't make Roosevelt Island invaded if it's not its turn to be invaded. You have all your other invadeds done, so you can do the. You can't do this. Okay, okay. So you answered my question. You can't do the stronghold before you do the other ones. So you probably need to get on your. So do you have your other invadeds done? You have to do the other three invadeds before you do the stronghold, or it's going to say ineligible. So it's like the American History Museum, CDC, and I think it's Manning Zoo or one of those ones up there. Um, uh, White Oak, which is, I don't know why they just didn't call it what it is. Do you guys have St. Elmo's engine? Do you have St. Elmo's engine? Payne? It's the one I'm carrying right now. It's an AR. Come here. It must be in my back. Oh, shit. I may be in trouble because let me go to the White House and see if it's in my stash. Oh, it's full. I may have lost it. Well, we'll see. Yeah, it does say items in the mailbox, so hopefully you can still trade it. Yeah, there it is. It's going to let me trade it. Nope. Because it's in the mailbox, it won't let me trade it. Yeah, I screwed that one up. Because it goes down as an award when it goes to your mailbox. It doesn't go down as a that you got it while you're so sorry to get you excited, but if you don't believe me, you can look at the video and see that it had a little like medal beside it, which means it's a award. You can't trade awards. You said you guys need to get your invaded stuff done. Whoever said. No, Tuttle Basin is Stronghold. Yeah, you got to get your again. So leave the party right now, real quick, and see which ones you still need to do, and then you can come join us if you need American history because we're doing that. It's all about headshot kills to get through this fast. No, headshot kills. Oh yeah, of course. They're not going to, but they don't revive, so I'm not worried about them. You kill them however you want to kill. Well, yeah, because you left. That's so people don't get kicked and leave, and then they keep coming back. But how many which invadeds do you need to do? That was the whole point. You go to your map. They're in red. So okay. So go ahead and start district union, and then when we get this done, we'll come join you. Captain, you don't get a headshot kill. Don't run away from the guy. Kill him when he's down. Quit leaving him dead. Don't let him be zombies, man. You're killing me. Yeah, but you just run away from them, and then they shoot us in the back because you're advancing with, and then the zombies come up behind us. Well, we were getting down when we first started that thing because you guys, both of you were killing people, but you weren't hitting them with headshots, which is fine. That happens, but you know, stay around and mop them up. Like that guy didn't get a headshot, so I'm sticking around. I'm Shoot him in the head. I did. Getting flanked over here because you're up there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's done. You don't get this loot. I need knee pads. Break down big time. I'm out of materials for knee pads. Knee pads and holsters. Everything else I can give to you if you need to break them down. That's cute. If they would listen like that for all their lives, that would be awesome. Yeah. You don't have to tell me I got 35-year-olds. I got a 16-year-old that's going, he might not ever see a grandson that's might not ever see back in the psych ward because tried to take some pills Friday because his mom and his stepdad took away his phone because it caught him vaping. So he decided he wanted to kill himself instead. And then his grandmother died the next day. So now he's all upset that he's in the psych ward and can't, be with his sisters and his mom going through a tough time. What's really amazing though is even though that's my youngest son's ex-wife, um, his her mom that died, my mom babysitted her when she was like an infant, her and her sister. Hey, you gotta hit the computer. So yeah. Yeah, but the more you tell them what to do, what your expectations are, they come back to you when they're older, when they're 30 and say, "I understand now, Dad. I understand why don't yeah, just don't don't my the love of my life, she let her kids cuz her mom gave her that's her issue. So her mom gave her no emotional support. Suck it up. Why are you crying? You know, life ain't fair. Nobody said it was going to be fair. No sympathy, no, no thanks. So she is a dismissive avoidant, and she wonders why she, pushes everybody away. So if you love her too much, then she's got to run away. If you don't love her enough, then she's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? But her compensation with her kids was she never told them no. You know, um, it's like when her daughter tried to start dating my son that was 10 years older after he got divorced. And I was like, this is not going to end well. And me and you are going to be the big losers. Well, we can't tell them no. They'll just do it anyway. Yeah, you can tell them no, but it's your house, your rules. You're going to learn. And sure enough, it ended when their relationship, the boy and the kids' relationship ended very badly. It it was the end of our relationship. Eventually, took 6 years to finally put it to rest. No, right, right. You don't. Right. You can't tell them no. You can't tell them that, but you can still tell them, hey, I'm here to watch out for you, and if you do this, this is what I'm afraid might happen. So this is my advice. Take it or leave it. You know. And my youngest one never took it, but he always came back and said, I hate you, Dad. And I'm like, why do you hate me? Why do you hate me so much? And he goes, because everything you told me that I did, you were right. And I hate you for that. And my oldest son did just the opposite. He was like, okay, yeah, he made his mistakes. He was not a perfect kid, but um, we're done. So you can invite us over to your thing. Go to the party and invite us to the game. And we'll help you finish your. You there? So you going to invite us? Okay. I'm just going to do tidal basin then. No, that's not how it works. No, I forgot to matchmake. No, you can't play the event in the modifiers, and I'm all about getting the exotics. I know you got everything. You don't want no more. I know you haven't spent an exotic piece in forever, so you don't need them. You got to do the master level for that one we just ran. Or you get lucky and it drops. It could drop from for you in doing hard or whatever. It could have dropped for you just then. But that's the event you have to do. What we just did. It's a it's not a you're going to use it every day build. It's a very niche thing. So he shoots the last guy and then runs over to the corner and just stands there. Now hit the button, not the button. Don't hit the button. Don't hit the button. Ah, we're talking about practice, not the game. So I got very concerned today when I checked out my other content creators and seeing what the the talks about, figuring it would be about the last day. Nope, nope, they're all talking about Kamikaze. Oh shit, he done he done screwed up pooch this time. Yeah, I can't believe he got in there and ranted about that, and then apparently he posted it. Unless somebody else is videotaping. I assume he was live or it was probably like his Twitch or something where he was just ranting. He was just ranting about the not going to Maslow because somebody asked him, "Hey, why didn't you go?" I thought he went. No, the other thing is, I don't know if he wants to go. He don't. I I've never seen his face. I've talked to him. I know people that have actually talked to him. Nobody's met him face to face. He never shows his face. Um, I don't know what his issues are from his military service. And I agree with one of the content creators. I'm not going to let bash it. You know, when he says he's done what he done, and until somebody proves that he's you know, not that I'm not going to question somebody's valor unless I know they're not. Now, if I, yeah, if you got their social, yeah, if you got the social security number and their real name, do you know what Kamikaze's real name is? I don't. Yeah, he could be Joe Smith. He could be Allen Iverson. It could be you for all I know. I just know that when I used to do top 13, I made a mathematical formula that said, okay, if you do this kind of video that week, you get this many points. That way, it wasn't me picking who was the best. It was just math. Well, there was a few people that learned how to play the game to score more points, so they would be number one. Well, the problem is what it did was Yeah, it got me probably 500 followers early on, but I never got much more than that because a lot of people didn't want to watch my content because the people that were other content creators, even though there was over 1,000 of us at that time that I was tracking every week, okay, what did GZ Rock make? Okay, he made 10 videos this week and, they were this. So it would take, 15 minutes, 20 minutes to do each guy. Sometimes other people, he didn't make no videos. Cold Boy made one video this week, a build video. That's it. You know, yeah, he got 50,000 views and, he's got 100,000 subscribers. And I'm really surprised that Kamikaze didn't use his name because he's probably the one of the ones that, you know, might have had some validity saying that. But to take on NGN, holy shit, that's not good. Joe's one of my heroes. But you should really watch NGN's videos. His lore videos on the background of the characters and speculation where the storyline's going, and he's. I'm talking about people that make content like me, but most of these guys that we're talking about make content more often than me and make much better videos than me. I'm not a great video maker. I make good builds and I know how to do that. And, yeah, it takes them a while for to start jumping. Yeah, to get AI involved in making videos cost hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. I don't have that. And I used to make videos better than I do now, but and I kind of forgot how to do it, and some of the software that I used got outdated, and you know, so. But I still have people, I had a video I made 6 years ago that got watched 1,800 times this year so far. Well, and now that I'm even though I'm not really making videos, I'm just streaming. I gain one or two players a day for the most part, and I'm getting right back up to that 1,000. But I remember when some of these guys had only 2 or 3,000 back when I was doing top 13. What I had envisioned is I wanted to start something that was basically like an Academy Award for uh, at the end of the year, and I did it for 4 years. I've actually kept track of it since then, but I quit doing the videos because, again, it just didn't have the time with my current job, my last job. Oh, don't let that green guy go up there because he'll blow up and then he'll kill that guy. That's what I said. When you shoot somebody, make sure they stay down. Yeah, but make sure they stay down. You shoot a guy, he goes to the ground, make sure he does not get back up, or if he gets back up, he's instantly dead once he gets back up. Please. That's how you got to play this event. I know you don't play this event, so you like that. I know, but what I'm saying is I'm repeating myself because the last 20 minutes you keep shooting people and leave them on the ground. They respawn and then they causing us havoc. So I'm not I understand that. I guess I expect a little bit more out of an actual military member that was you move forward after they're dead. You don't shoot them and let them get up behind. Shit. Well, yeah. Well, the Navy don't realize that. The Air Force does. The Air Force made the other services look like wimpies just thanks to Tech Sergeant Chapman. So here's the story. Here's the story for the few of it's going to watch. So Tech Sergeant Chapman was a combat controller, and in the early days of Afghanistan, they were going to insert a SAL group up on a mountain called Tokugar. Well, whoever the intelligence community was, and I use that word loosely, didn't realize that the Taliban pretty much had a base up there, kind of thing. They had a few hundred strong on top of that mountain. So at night, the SEALs go in to, basically put these two combat controllers in there. You had a thing right over your head. Now you had one of those little drone medic guys over your head. There you go. Good job. So anyway, what happened was they got up on top of this mountain and the Taliban was already there. So they shot an RPG at the special forces helicopter. Of course, the pilot goes, "Holy shit!" And when he did, he pulled up on the stick, and of course, all the people in the back of the helicopter, because now it's standing on its rear end in midair. Everybody that's not battened in, meaning one of the SEALs, he falls right out of the back of the helicopter, 70, 80 feet to his death. Can't leave a man behind, right? It's Memorial Day. So good story, I guess. So this soldier is either very wounded or probably dead already. So of course the helicopter now crash lands somewhere down further down the mountain. So now the special forces guys, they're running up the mountain. And believe it or not, the guy that outran all the SEALs and the Rangers that were on there, the two special Rangers that were with this unit, Tech Sergeant Chapman and the Lieutenant Colonel that was in charge of the team from the Navy, they were the first ones up the mountain. Chapman first, Colonel behind him. Chapman takes out the first machine gun nest and is advancing to the second one. He takes a mortal wound to the abdomen. Okay, right. So Zelensky or whatever his name is, very something like that, kind of a Polish sounding name. He declares Chapman dead. Nothing we can do about him. By this time, what has happened was now when the SEAL teams get in trouble or special forces get in trouble, they call the Rangers because the Rangers come in you know numbers, and they come in. Well, Delta Force does something totally different. They don't come in and save the SEALs usually. They can go in and save hostages or you know stuff like that. I haven't heard of them going to help SEALs or special forces like that. They seem to be doing higher priority missions. They're badasses. No, they're probably the best that's still in the service. They claim the CIA has the best of the best because they pay money. Basically, private mercs. But anyway, he was declared dead, and they left him in the machine gun nest. They actually stepped over the seal because they had to fight because to get back to the Rangers. Well, the Rangers plane got shot down, and now they're drawing all the fire, and basically the everybody in the mountains shooting at that helicopter, and there's people getting killed left and right in there, and they got to abandon the helicopter. They can't take cover into it because it's basically being made into Swiss cheese. So finally, when the third helicopter comes to save the two teams now, at the point of extraction, something happens where the Taliban get distracted, and they're able to get everybody on the third helicopter, wounded, dead, except the two men that are in the middle of the battlefield dead. But they kind of wondered when they got back to the thing, what the hell was going on there? Why did the Taliban, not push? But we could hear them shooting at something, but they weren't shooting at us. They were shooting at a dead man because the dead man wasn't dead. Yeah, he basically took on the whole Taliban by himself until they finally shot him through the head. So when they recovered his body, right? And the Navy tried to cover it up real quick, and they gave Zelensky, the captain, a Silver Star, and they gave Chapman a Silver Star, even though the Air Force wanted to put Chapman in for the Medal of Honor. They because the Navy was, it was the SEAL team operation, so they were kind of more in charge. So it just stayed as a Silver Star. Or the Air Force Cross, and Zelensky got a Navy Cross for leading the team. So then 10 years later, Trump is president, and comes to find out somebody said, we had a drone in the air. They captured the whole thing on video. And you can watch the only Medal of Honor, happening that's actually was caught on video. You can see Chapman. Yeah. So Trump, not knowing the Congress had already passed that you can't get two Medal of Honor, you can't get more than one Medal of Honor, which I think is bullshit. But they made a law in the 90s that you can't get more than one Medal of Honor. You can only get it awarded once. But Trump tried to put him in for a second Medal of Honor, what he did after he died. Because I think Obama maybe awarded him posthumously once the Navy found out there was footage, they tried to upgrade Zelensky to Medal of Honor, which they did give him the Medal of Honor. Right. They gave it to him, and he if you watch his ceremony, he does not look happy at all because he doesn't feel worthy of it. And basically he said, this is for the team, and he's not the first one that got awarded a Medal of Honor for what other people did. Like MacArthur, both MacArthur and his dad basically got Medal of Honors for their leadership, not really, not saying they weren't heroic, but it was wasn't like they jumped on a grenade or anything. And there is now. I mean, until in my era, no PJ had ever got the Medal of Honor. And then once they started declassifying that, no SEAL had got a Medal of Honor. That stuff was secret. What they did wasn't right. And none of them wrote books about it. Well, in our generation or the new generation, it's quite the opposite. You get on, you know, got guys that claim that they shot Obama and they're telling every detail about the operation. Just in fact, some of that. If you remember right, like 2 weeks after Obama or after um, uh, Bin Laden got shot and killed, supposedly. When did you go down? And did you tell me you went down? Jesus. I'm gonna fucking wipe. And I don't have that kind of thing to be fighting in 20 directions at the same time. It doesn't help when you got three people behind you at all times. All by yourself. You weren't all by yourself. Come on now. So, did you ever finish yours over there? I believe you. I believe you. like I say, my previous times playing with you, I did not see you struggle like you struggled today. There you go. Well, I told you. Why are you on the struggle bus? There you go. Yeah. I I gotta right when this game kicks off, I'll probably be getting on the psych ward in Indy at the VA. So yeah, I understand. And I wouldn't say that on the well, I just did. I said it on the video, I guess. So what I'm saying is, I can hear it now. He's not really a veteran. He's not this. He's not that. He's just trying to do that for sympathy. It's like, yeah, they're trying to say that he not even as somebody. For one, our conversations, me and him, our conversations have been too detailed for him to either A, be the biggest fucking liar in ever, and that would just take too much energy. And the time frame is right that, either he was associated in the Air Force, was what he did on the what he did on the gunship, I don't know. Was he on a gunship? I wasn't stationed with him, and I wasn't on a gunship. So closest I came to working with anybody, even remotely on something like that, was probably the hurricane hunters at Keesler when I went through electronic school. And the girlfriend at the time, she was a forecaster, so she was a forecaster for the weather hunters. So if you didn't know, any tropical storm in the Atlantic Ocean has a Air Force C-130 flying figure eights over the top of it. And if it really goes wrong, they fly in the eye of the hurricane and parachute a special 1 of 12 special forces dudes that their job is they got a baby blue beret. There's only 12 of them. That's it. Or at least there was back in our day. Um, and their job is to jump in the extreme weather, not in a hurricane, but jump in the eye, secure whatever national security they have to do. Be it a major bank, um, senator's house, president, former president, military base. If it gets hit too devastated by something, they jump in and they secure shit. How they do what they do, I don't know. I just know they're fucking crazy. Yeah, because if somebody's oh yeah, and you're just a few minutes away from going sideways, and if you get caught in a parachute in a hurricane, I guarantee you're dead. I don't think you can survive that. Oh yeah. Well, there's been a few PJs that they never found. Uh, well, there's they're even trying to take his glory away. There's people now that are trying to rewrite history, armchair historians that are saying lone survivor my ass, lone long runner is that's what he did. He was the only one that outran him because he was running. Well, he says he says in his own book, well, that was the only way to survive. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and they were getting shot up. So their job was to get the hell off that mountain. And and he's the only one that made it. Well, that's the problem with the mountains in Afghanistan. If you're on the wrong side or you can't. There's no communication unless you got a plane that's right above you. You you can't get signal. It's not like there's cell towers everywhere. So the funniest thing I ever heard about. So if you didn't know, there's two good stories that I like about the guy that's called the lone survivor. He wrote a bunch of books, and that's how he kind of got famous. His last name's Luttrell. He's from Texas, and Mama Luttrell, basically, a lot of the my cousin is actually ate at the farm. Ed Byers Jr. Middle Water. He has been invited. Yeah, she invites all those guys. Dakota Meyer has been there. The guy that ate a grenade and survived, he's been there. Petrov's been there. Um, the Delta Force guy that went into the burning building and saved 200 people. Um, he's been there, and they tell stories about Mama Luttrell. Well, um, I'm trying to think of Marcus. It's Marcus and Morgan. They're twins. Marcus jumped once 9/11 happened. He immediately quit college, enlisted, and enlisted in the Navy for one sole reason: to be a badass special forces and to put some hurt on the Taliban or whoever was, you know, called the enemy after 9/11. His brother finished college and then he enlisted. But when Marcus was in Buds, there was a point where he's survived Hell Week. All he's got to do is survive like the last 2 weeks. He's basically, once Hell Week's done, you just don't medical out. You're just, as long as you don't quit, they kind of let up on you a little bit, and you're going through the motions, but they're still pushing you hard. You're still working. But what a lot of people don't realize, what I didn't realize, is I thought it was like basic training, that they lived in a barracks, like, um, no, they live in these little huts down the beach in Florida. And believe it or not, when the weekend comes, they send them to their hooches, which is like right there on off of down from Eglin. They live on the friggin' Florida beach. And I'm like, oh, okay. So Marcus Morgan shows up to see his brother on in the summer, and Marcus is like, "Man, I think I have broken bones in my legs, but I'm not going to wash back. I need to get through these last 2 weeks." He goes, "I'll just be you tomorrow." He goes, "You can't do that." He goes, "You can't pull it off." He was like, so the boat team gets involved. The whole boat team knows that Morgan is going to be Marcus on Friday. So Friday comes around. They're running up and down the beach. They're doing their 20-mile run. Marcus is doing okay. And in fact, he's probably a little faster than Marcus because Marcus is all beat up. And the cadre comes up to him and goes, "Hey, why are you still here? You know?" And they're like, "You're going to blow it." And he's like, "Hey, head to the hooch. We're done." He said, "You stick around anymore, I'm going to give you more to run." So they run down to the thing. He makes it through the day. It's great. So Marcus ends his final 2 weeks. And here's what I really did not realize about the special forces. When they have invested this much into you, there's basically time at protocol. Now, I knew when I qualified for being pararescue, which I did not go. I did not even spend one day in pararescue, but I qualified just barely. I just didn't think I would make it. I figured I'd wash out, or if I didn't make it, that's not what I came in the military to do. And that's what my drill instructor was really on us, that the four of us that qualified. Anyway, there's a point where after you get all this training done for a year, 2 years of training and medical to be a PJ, you go to this protocol, which is basically an Indian River down the river, down the Potomac River. There's a little place called Indian River Auxiliary or something. And my drill instructor actually ended up being their first sergeant back in the 90s. When I was stationed at DC, I ran into him again. My drill instructor was basically the first sergeant for these guys later in his career, and down at Patuxent or Indian River. And anyway, when these guys go through protocol, what they do is they say, okay, we've invested all this money into you. You got to come clean with everything you've done wrong in your life. If you're a mass murderer, now's the time to tell us, so we can either we can make it disappear, and so we can keep an eye on you, but we're not, yeah, no matter what you've done, we're going to make it happen. So if you're a real bad boy, yeah, we're just going to watch you all the time and make sure you don't do something stupid, you know. But we're accepting you for whoever you were, but you have to come clean so we know what we're dealing with. It's kind of like, I guess, if you'd run for president, they got to know everything you did wrong so they can make it go away. Yeah. So Marcus admits that there was a day in his training that he wasn't there, that he was basically AWOL. And they were like, what? And we're like, you were there every day. And we're like, nope, that was my twin brother. Oh, bullshit. He's like, nope, that's Morgan. And Morgan graduates here at the end of the year, and he's going to come to Buds. Oh, you wait till your brother comes to Buds. We are going to give him the biggest shit because he's pulled the wool over our eyes. And sure enough, so that was the thing. So when Morgan came in, that 6 months or a year later, they he's in formation like the first week of formation. He's in his boats. They're doing crazy things with his boat team on the beach. And of course, I guess the regular SEAL attachment is right there. So they all pull up in Luttrell's thing, and it's one of the guys that's on YouTube all the time. Jumps out of the truck and he goes, "Hey, look, it's baby Luttrell!" And they go running down into this training unit, and they start patting Morgan on the back. Well, the cadres, they don't realize that this is Morgan Luttrell, Marcus's brother. And then they were like, oh, yeah, remember this guy who tried to play that he was a SEAL, at the end of training when he wasn't even in training? Oh, shit. And the shit hit the fan, and Morgan had to pay for it for a long time. Like, he was like, but I guess Marcus writes the books, but Morgan seems to be the badass. He was the officer, and they both ended up getting medically discharged with the same broken back. He had an incident with a few jumps that went bad, I guess, and he had the same kind of fracture in his vertebrates that Marcus got from falling down the mountain on that thing. So they were both medically discharged. In fact, most of those guys that are Medal of Honor winners, most of them do not get to retire. They're almost all medically discharged. My cousin's one of the few that served his whole time. His last 6 years, he walked around with a Medal of Honor. Hell, he still does. In civilian clothes, you'll wear that damn thing. He's probably on the opposite side, and then Dakota, he's just the opposite. He probably never wore it again. He's back on active duty. Did you know that Dakota Meyer is married to Palin, Sarah Palin's daughter? I seen he went back on active reserve. How would you like to be an active reserve Marine unit and have a Lance Corporal walk in with a Medal of Honor? Would that be like too much? Well, I've just turned the Division Two spring into friggin' story time for the army, the military. But what better day to do it than Memorial Day, right? So the other Marcus Luttrell story is actually Morgan Luttrell's story. Morgan's on an airplane, and this guy walks up and goes, "Hey, can I have your autograph?" He goes, "Sure." So he goes, "You're Marcus Luttrell." He goes, "No, I'm not." He goes, "Okay, you're not Marcus Luttrell." "No." He goes, "I know everything about Marcus Luttrell, and you're Marcus Luttrell." He goes, "You know everything about Marcus Luttrell." I I'm not signing your book. I'm not Marcus Luttrell. And he goes, "Well, fine. Be that way, you know." And he starts getting an attitude with the guy. He goes, "You just said you know everything about Marcus Luttrell, right? So you know he has a twin brother, right? That was also in the special forces, right? What is the chances that you're talking to his identical twin brother and not Marcus Luttrell? I'm Morgan Luttrell, not Marcus Luttrell. And if you know so much about Marcus, you'll know that he has a twin brother. And how do you know you're not talking to Morgan?" He goes, "You're just trying to use that as an excuse because you don't want to sign my book." Morgan finally took it and signed it, Morgan Luttrell, and handed it back to the guy. And the guy was even more pissed. That would suck. That's like somebody coming up to you and goes, "I know what your name is." "Yeah, it's Tracy Byers." "No, that's not it." "Yeah, it is. That's my name." Right? So what you guys working on now? Getting less squishy? Or did I put you to sleep? Oh, itchy nose. Okay. See if I can get anything out of these boxes. So did you get your weekly done? What else you need to work on? Yeah, yeah. The sad thing is when you go in there, you're usually surrounded. That's why they went down. At least that's me when I go down. It's usually because I got overwhelmed and you're going to spawn in right in the mid. Yeah, yeah. It's just going to happen. That's why I usually just keep hitting the button. Oh yeah, there's somebody in here. Calling the next guy because it's going to take two or three of you to get me out of this shit. I'm not good at finding those. It's yeah, yeah. I got a good one this time. Um, just looks like one activity in downtown East. Any activity. Downtown East. Sounds like target practice to me. That's an activity. Okay. Right, to get that open. So yeah, it's in, I know exactly where it is. Yes, and you need to get lucky enough to, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. It is a pain in the ass if you've never got it. It's because there's a room on the second floor. So there's 3 floors. There's like you come in on the second floor, you got to go in the first room, and then you go over to the little thing, you jump in the window, and then you yeah, in a minute I can do that. Yeah. Come on. Step up, Captain. Got to step up in here. Well, don't no. There's only 2 of us. The hell? Come on. All right. Why is it not working? Your position is right here. Right here. Now you, but I have to. You're in the party. Go join him and see if them. Here you go. There you go. It's doing it again. Yes, you have to step up too. I just asked him again. There it is. Finally. Yeah, and if you got 4 people in the group, it goes really fast. You almost got to assign people to shoot at what target. There you go. Sucker punch. Just that easy. Thank you. Now you can send that invite. Now we can help you. Yeah, shocker punch is actually what it's called. Well, I'm doing the priority objectives. I would I had that on one of my characters, and after I couldn't find it for a while, I just waited the hour and said no, rejected it, and started on something else. And where are we going? Yeah, you're offline. You won't be able to get an invitation because you're offline, unless you're friends. Well, you said you had a bounty. Where's the bounty? I don't see the bounty highlighted. How do you know the bounty's going to be where you need it to be? And they're not always in the same place. Okay. Okay. Well, sometimes it's down in the Washington Gate, Watergate Hotel, and sometimes it's up north, and sometimes it's down here. You got lucky; it was down here. It's not guaranteed to be there. Yeah, something about when you're offline, it doesn't show to a normal person. The only people that can invite you or do things with you are your friends. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. I don't think this is the right location. Not the one I remember. This isn't the right location, but okay. And I'm telling you, okay, I'm just not thinking this is the right one. It's not the one I remember. This is the one where you're going to, this bounty, you're going to go down in the basement to finish it off. This is not the same. Okay. Again, I don't, I'm, what I'm saying is that um, the room that you're talking about is in a different location, I believe. At least, again, I may be thinking of something you're not thinking about. Again, I don't know. So, is that place up? We'll just see. But are you here? I'm sitting here fighting halfway through your bounty. Get on the other side of it. No, 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 no. You never get on the same side as a chunga. One gets on the one side, one gets on the other side. He can't shoot in two directions at the same time. And you kill him pretty quick. Okay. Right. And when one of you flank him, if he turns to face you, then the other guy that's on the other side is going to be able to shoot him in the back. But if he face tanks you and turns that one side to you, it's really hard to get that sometimes. So what I'm saying is, if like when you see me run the bunker and it's invaded, there's two chungas that come out there, like the second to last before you get down to the basement, the final room. There's two chungas that come walking down the hallway. If you have one guy suicide run behind him, they'll either turn to face him or they'll ignore him and they'll face the other three that's in the party, and the guy behind him, usually me, will waste them. They're dead instantly because they won't turn and face. It's like other games that I've used this technique. Star Wars Galaxy, we used to fight big crate dragons in Star Wars. And these things would like one hit you. But what you would do is you would wait till one was like down in the valley, and then we get these sharpshooters up on each mountain, on each side of them, and then just peg them. And the AI would say, "Oh, you're doing the most damage. I'm going to run up the mountain and eat you." Well, about halfway up the mountain, you stop shooting. The guy on the other mountain starts shooting. Now he's like, "Oh, that's my biggest threat. I need to run to him." So he runs down into the valley, back up the other mountain, and by that time, you stop shooting. The other guy on the other side of the mountain starts shooting. All he does is run back and forth until he's dead and never eats anybody. Works every time. Now, does that work in real life? Not always. Sometimes it does because people are stupid, but programmers don't program for the most part for people that once you find something that works, that's why you know where you've ran this 1,000 times. You know where they come out. You know what door they come out. You know five. If you got four people in the party, there's going to be six come out of this door, two out of that door. This is going to be this. This is going to be that. You shoot the yellow guy. You know you shoot the blue guy. Whatever. That's how these speedrunners know how to do speed running so quick because they're at the door, just sitting there waiting for the guy to spawn in, and they know where the spawns are at all times. Now, if you screw up and you go down, the game changes because now you've done something different and now the game adjusts to that. But if you get them in the choke points, like in real military, you get them in a choke point, you get them a kill box, they're dead. They're gone. Um, no, the one I'm thinking about is actually in, I think it's downtown east. It's over there by the classified assignment. Somewhere up there, there's one where you go down, you go, it's like right where I got highlighted, right where that propaganda broadcast. There's a room that you can only get into, and it's got a cache box, and you can only get into it when you have a bounty because the bounty, there's also a hyena box in there. And yeah, it's in downtown East. So if you're talking about something else, we're not talking about the same one. But I do know that that was a problem item to solve. Now, where's this box that you got to get? Do you have it highlighted on your map? Am I talking to myself? Trying to help you out here. Okay. You done Capitol building yet, you two, today on this in your characters? Okay. Yeah. I can't do that on his character, and I don't know where he went. We killed his bounty. Oh, I'll probably start working on season 7 and try to do the opposite of what everybody else is doing so I can maybe get a niche on something that other people aren't doing. I'll probably end up doing it because somebody will call and say, "Hey, I need your help over here in this. Don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm over here doing this." Uh, that'll be about, yeah. Like I say, I got a VA appointment, and I'm sure you know that you can't get out of those. You miss one of those, you almost lose your benefits. Hey, you know this gun that's on this here in the Capitol? I did not. I, that gun that you turn around, the one that's blurping right now, the one you turn around to blow the door open with. You know what that gun's out of? That gun is nope, nope, nope. That's a real gun. If you seen it without the airplane around it, that's what that gun would look like. That is the gun that's in the A10. That is the gun that's in the A10. So I guess if I write a backstory on how that gun gets up there and doing the TV series of Netflix series of Division, I guess I'm going to have to explain that they dismantled an A10 that crashed. How's that sound for a backstory? Yep, that's an A10 Gatling gun, the 30 millimeter Gatling gun out of an A10. I did not know that. I watched a YouTube video on basically because I actually thought, like so many others said, there was a senator the other, or not a senator, but somebody former military that was saying that the A-10's retired or going to get retired. I said, yeah, I heard about that. We got rid of ours here at Grissom back in like 96 because when I was going through electronics training, um, the guys, half the base did the A-10s and the others did the tankers, the refuelers. Well, when we got out of school, one of the chiefs came over from the A-10s. Well, all his guys that he had worked with for the last X amount of years didn't have any slots anymore. Did that guy really just run up to the door and get shot by the Gatling gun by himself? Mark that. Usually I have to tell somebody to do that. Not they do that on their own. Welcome to Division 2, mister. I have to. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, the chief that was in charge of the 72nd, I was in the 74th, and our chief, he was basically on 2 years away from retirement, and he was already retired. He wasn't doing much. So this chief basically drove a bunch of us out of the Air Force, and he was trying anything and find any excuse. And he was like, "Well, you weren't here last UTA, and you can't reschedule it." I'm like, "Hey, we got a high priority springs at the factory. We're working 24/7, and we're running 7-day shifts. So I can literally, when it's not running here, I can double up. I can work 2 weeks if I need to. But right now, they need me at work. I'm a coiler and a finisher, and we got to get these Hummer springs out. We're making the new Hummer springs for the original Hummer, the very first Hummer. Yeah, they're built up there in South Bend. So, when the last few months, the the last few months when I was delivering steel, when I was delivering steel, I basically they had me in Detroit because they can't keep nobody in Detroit. Everybody quits or gets fired. So I guess it was smart that they fired me as well. Um, anyway, one of the places I delivered, in fact, I got my IDs in there that were only good for a day or a week, sometimes a month. But it was the Army Proving Ground there in Warren, Michigan. And what they do is these guys would buy steel to basically make a 5 foot version of a vehicle that if they liked, then they would make a full mock up of it. And then if they liked that, then they would send it to production. But I would deliver them like 20-foot piece of 2-inch wide steel. What's wrong? You got a pool. Awesome. And then you say you just sold your business for a good chunk of change. Gonna be like the Shark Tank, huh? Buying into other people's business and loan sharking. So there's a, if you remember way back in 1978, there was a guy that basically foreclosed on this guy's farm in Indianapolis. So he didn't like that. So he went to the bank and he found the bank manager and he looped a lasso around his neck and had a shotgun rigged to where if he let go of the trigger, it released. And he marched him around downtown Indianapolis, like around the war memorial for like hours on end until he finally negotiated to give him up. Anyway, that guy still lives about a mile away from my house at the state hospitals. No, no, he is in high security mental ward. They have not let him go. They've let a mass murderer go before him. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah. If you want to call banking legit, banking's been banking's been the legit the bane of existence of since they started. Oh no, even before them, the Rothschilds, the Roth right. Well, basically buying people out. Yeah, and same thing with crypto. You can lose it or yeah or gold or anything else other than copper and whatever that other shit that's in catalytic rare earth minerals. They're not going to go unless somebody finds a big mine full of them there or a meteor lands with a bunch of them. They're the demand's so high. And do you let the trust pay for your insurance and your your beneficiary is the trust. So when you die, the millions, that's what Rockefeller did. Yeah. All the Rockefellers. Yep. Yep. So we had a rich lawyer. He never had any kids. His name was Mikhail. Um, he wanted to fund a professional art studio, theater here in our hometown. And he told the school he wanted to build it up. The school could use it, but it also had to be used by the community. That he wanted somebody to manage it that wasn't part of the school corporation, basically the thing. So, but he said the school corporation had to pay half of the building fund, and they finally agreed, but only after he took basically two accounts. One was for maintenance, and one was for performance, getting performers to come in 3 times a year. And the thing is, it was two $1 million accounts. They can never touch the principal. And it works like that. So the school agreed to that. And until right after I graduated, we never got to spend any of that money because the school took their dividend each year and off that money and paid off their part of the loan. Where they were supposed to be upgrading it. Now, the 2 years after I graduated, I went back and I was dealing with PanCam lighting, which was like state of the art. So, yeah. So if you look up Mikhail Auditorium, you'll know way too much about me. Girlfriend. Oh, I bet. And having people. Do you trust your wife? Oh, this motherfucker's gonna go off the roof. Somebody could set that up for you, like me. Yeah, the guy I told you I went to the NFL Combine to see before he got drafted. He That's how he got to be one of the nominations for the Man of the Year. He was one of the finals for the College Man of the Year. And basically, since Kaiser completed his bachelor's by the time he was a sophomore, and he had his master's by the time he was a junior, a redshirt junior. So, and he played because of COVID. He got to play 6 full years at Notre Dame, plus his 3 games that he played this redshirt year. So he was on the Notre Dame roster for 7 years. And nobody's ever going to be able to do that again unless there's another COVID and they make those kind of exceptions again. He played 70 games in a Notre Dame jersey. Anyway, all his degrees are in accounting because his mom and dad own a big farm, which he'll probably inherit. But yeah, so he took a lot of accounting and business at Notre Dame. So how much would it do masters in accounting and be worth on the open market? So if football don't work out, he's not hurt. Plus, like I say, but you just remember the name Jack Kaiser. If he doesn't make it as a football player, he's going to be a coach somewhere. He ran that defense this last year at Notre Dame. What do you mean played on the cloud? Uh huh. Oh, you're talking about Steam? Oh, yeah. Like I say, I gotta be in Indianapolis, VA tomorrow. So got a 10 o'clock with Green Team, Psych Ward. With an officer's pension, that's got to be decent. That's the way to do it. That's why when if they start running off and doing other things on my map, and they come help me, or I put out a call just to put out a call, and they come help me, but they go running off doing something else, I boot them. I kick them, and then they're like, "Shit, I started this," and yeah. Well, somebody like you, I'd just make team, and then I'd finish it. You probably purge my map, but you get away with it. But Joe Smo won't get away with it. He starts running off his. He better call his friends to help make sure he don't get voted off the island because I'm voting him out, or they're too slow. Hell, there's times I'm almost voted you off. Payne, what are you talking about? Well, there's times that we're literally running through. We're halfway through the thing, and you're like, the wife calls you or the kids call you, and you're like at the back at the beginning. I was like, boop, out you go, buddy. Well, I, I, well, I totally understand that, and real life comes first. I I told everybody for the last 6 years since I started playing this game. I said if Terry walks in this door and says, "Hey, come home," because I don't call this house my home, even though I own it or buying it. Uh, my home is where my heart is, and it's still with her. I just don't see it working out. But if she walked in this door today and say, "Hey, quit playing with them idiots, come home," and I'm like, "Okay, bye, see you." I might not even tell you goodbye. I'm gone. He'd be like, "Where the hell did Byers go?" He's not played for like months, but it ain't gonna happen. She got too many problems. I got too many problems, and she ain't getting them addressed. you know, my 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 ex-wife, my only wife, when we first met in the Air Force and we were dating, she made a complaint one day, and I was president of the Commodore Club on base. But yeah, it was back in the day. I'm dating myself. 1985, 86, and president of the Commodore Club. And she complained that, hey, he's here, here doing this, once a week, and then when he's at home, if there's nothing for me to actually tell him to do, or I tell him I want to do something, he stops what he's doing and finds a place, and we go do it. But other than that, he's on that stupid game, the Commodore, all the time. And the chief walked up to her and he goes, "Would you rather he be at the NCO club? Would you rather he be doing this or doing that? You know where he is." And you said that you walk in any time and say, "Hey, want some loving, or want you to fix dinner tonight, or hey, we're doing dishes together, or whatever." If he stops and does it, It sounds like you got a good relationship. You gotta shut the fuck up. Well, yeah, and at a club, when you're spinning records, you're kind of the celebrity. Tell me you didn't get hit on 20 times a night. Yeah. Drugs and alcohol, women, men. I'm I'm surprised he's still alive. He he has the same shit. He has the same shit on the same people that got what's his face killed, and you can't tell me that he didn't get killed. And they got a worse case against Diddy because when he's messing around with Bieber, there's video, and he's got videos of this shit. Well, he always says, they're even trying to say he had Biggie killed, and that was his best friend. Did you ever see that video where Kevin Hart's like narrating the girl in the bathroom? She leans up against the candle and catches her hair on fire. Holy shit! Oh, he's got to be the Kardashians. Oh shit! Oprah. In fact, she is involved with both of those dudes. There's a royalty. the difference is in Epstein. Epstein recruited those girls. They knew what they were doing. They did. They were basically prostitutes, 16, 17 years old. Yeah, he set them up with royalty and presidents and Clinton and Trump, and you can't you I not saying I'm anti-Trump or whatever, but the whole point is you can't convince me that Trump didn't delve into that. Look at Trump's history. When, but it's just not Trump. I mean, Epstein was smart about. Yeah, there's. Yeah, I'm not a pedophile, and I ain't. You ain't gonna find one. I'm telling you, you're just wasting your time. You could have respawned and done four of them by now, four different other ones by now. But like I say, you got 600 of them damn things. You don't need no more. You ought to be farming them out to us. Elite pieces, elite exotic pieces. Oh, I've been grinding about 10 or 15 of them a day on average. Why is that disappointing? Okay, you get an exotic piece for doing your dailies. You because you play the when you play the global event, every 20 points you get one. You get one for doing 15 levels of the summit. Well, some of this stuff is some of this stuff what we're doing right now is only like if you quit playing the last 3 weeks, if you haven't played the last 3 weeks, you don't know about it. A lot of this is just this stuff that like these executive priorities right now. You only got those because they extended the thing to keep people from basically doing the Kelso manhunt and then go, there's nothing for me to do. See you when you do the next thing. So they made this basically power creep where you can keep going through the um, season pass stuff and over and over and over and over again. And every 10 levels, you get an exotic. And I grind, and if you do it right or time it right, there's not a glitch, but a built-in way that you can get all 10 of those awarded at random. Wolf does it great. He does it like 10 times a day. I get lucky if it happens once or twice because it always seems I'm helping somebody out the wrong point. What you do is you have to your bonus for your executive priority or seasonal priority has to put you over the limit. When it does, it clicks all 10. And then, of course, I was not lucky enough to get the 999 exotic bullshit. It it doesn't work. They did fix that. They patched that weekend or that next week. But they also said they weren't banning anybody, and they made that official. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for them to ban anything anymore other than flat out cheating, like somebody using, but that's just so hard to prove. You can't tell me that there. You can't tell me that happens in every looter shooter or every kind of battle royale, from PUBG to there's times at Fortnite. It was like there's no way you knew I was here. No way. So my youngest son is actually taking a course on how to actually set up and program like anti cheats. So when it recognizes that you have a bot like that that's cheating, what happens is the game actually screws up on purpose and screws up your game. It's an anti cheat device. But if it works at the wrong time, well, wait till it goes off on somebody that isn't cheating. I see. I don't know nothing about it. I know there's things you can hardware that you can add in, and there's yeah. Sounds like somebody looked into cheating. Didn't get any action. Let me see. I, um, hey, elite resource convoy. Mm, well, I got elite resource convoy. Yeah, when I ever get that, I've never found one on my map. That and that hostage rescue. The hostage rescue is in green, but they're really rare to pop up. So you'll be sitting on that all for days trying to get it. That's why I just re-roll it or go to another character and let it time out and re-roll it when it times out. Whew. I don't know if I've ever done that target practice on this. Have I ever done this one? Oh, this looks easy as shit. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be on there. They're working hard, trying to get at least a few videos done, the real videos, not just live videos. This the sad thing is the sad thing is being my level of content creator and doing what I used to do. I can show you tomorrow that if I get a scoop on somebody, it'll be nothing but skills. There'll be 20 of them that'll see it on because they subscribe to my channel. And they'll be talking about shit. I don't mind. It's just that's the way it is. I hated the old content creators that were from Division One. Most of them guys had left or changed their ways, but they would steal my shit and do it better and get 100 hits, 100,000 hits, and then they'd say that I was copying them. And well, the good thing is a lot of the content creators now they're just they even say, "Hey, I seen this guy running around with this build on. Don't know his name. Hey, if it was you, take credit for it, but it's a really good build. I thought he was doing well with it and blah blah." At least they're doing that now. They're not. And the other thing is, it's kind of like when Intimidate and the other thing that has the bowl on it. Those are made for each other. I mean, you don't have to be a nuclear science to say, hey, I'm going to have bonus armor from this. I get a bonus for my bonus armor. These two go together like bread and butter, like peanut butter. Yeah, exactly. And then you throw it on Hunter's Fury, yeah, and throw a lady death around. I built that. Son of a bitch. It built itself. The developers knew you would build this exact same thing. So don't say it's your build. I won't say it's my build. It's the build I use. So how I right, right. So usually, hopefully, my builds come across when I put them out there. I don't say this is a build that everybody should use. This is my build. I say this is a build that I'm using. Period. It's not the flame of the week. It's not this. These are what I use, and this is what I use them for. This build I use for those 10 uh, or 5 people that I got to shoot with a shotgun, and then I got to shoot them with a marksmanship rifle. This build is for that little purpose. That's it. It's called Shotty Shotgun. That's it. And that's what I build this build for. Or this build is to get the achievement to disrupt and do that at the same time. So yeah, that's how I kind of get around with it. But I've still not so much anymore. But especially that year two was really still kind of toxic. It's the one reason why you know I didn't I didn't like Division One because of the toxicity. Not that the game sucked. It just the players that were in there seemed a lot more toxic. Uh huh. I've seen a number of people running similar builds, and I got that on my list to put out as a great support build along with ongoing directive and stuff like that. When they're giving you hollow points and then you got somebody doing that's switching the thing and uh, and before I put a build out, that's why I'm always Johnny come lately on the stuff. I got to go play with it. I got to play with it for weeks. Like Turmoil, I still haven't built. I need to do a video of just the Turmoil. Just oh yeah, that sniper shotgun or the sniper one I got is just amazing. I got 5 kills with one shot the other day. 5 kills with one shot. And then it basically killed everybody in the room because they were all green. Because I got a headshot, which spurred a second headshot. And because of that, because of the turmoil, then those two killed 2 other people. Somehow it killed the fifth one. And then the green gas killed anybody that came out that door. It was like amazing. And who's like, what the hell did you just do? I'm like, it's the turmoil. You know, hit the first guy for 50 million. Yeah, he only gets 25 million because half of that went to the next person within 30 meters, amplified, and somehow that triggers or something. I don't know, but 5 people just dropped dead for one shot. Oh, I know what I did. I used a TAC 50 when I did it. So I shot through 2 guys. That's how it is. I shot through 2 guys, and then the turmoil took out 2 other guys. Somehow there was 5 guys died in one shot. I got it on video. It was a TAC 50 because TAC 50 does this through and through. Like back in the raid days, we had if somebody shot from the TAC 50, you had to shoot at the right angle. You had to be at the right place so you could hit the front of Razorback and the back of Razorback because they're a little elevated. So they figured out you could be at the right place. So the aces and eights guy would have to go 1, 2, 3, and then the aces and eights guy and the 2 TAC 50s hit Razorback all at the same time. It would kill him instantly. It was like, go get your Eagle Bear or go open the chest. It was done. Wally is in um, she is in the settlement, the Smithsonian Manning. They call it Manning, but it's the Smithsonian, the original Smithsonian office building. the castle. It's a settlement now, and she is a big fat lady. Yep, that's what she's referred to. Hey, I'm a fat guy. You don't like it, go on Ozempic. And shit, shit your pants all the time like I used to. I lost 35 pounds with the first one, but literally was shit my pants. There's like 3 or 4 days. I was like, I gotta go. Why? I gotta go home and change. So I said it one time, and then the maintenance guys told my boss, "Oh, you got to go. That's toxic waste, and you got to go get that professionally cleaned." And he had the truck towed to Lafayette to get it professionally cleaned out. I'm like, that's the last time I'm telling you I shit my pants. I swore Wolf was in here. Oh, there you are. What you want to work on, Wolf? Remember to spend all your shit before the night. Go through all your. Tomorrow's the update. So in the morning there'll probably be midnight or so. They'll two territory control activities. They'll shut down the servers and then they'll load everything up. And because we didn't have a lot of times they used to pre-do some of the stuff, like the weapons and stuff, like the day before, and they'd have the maintenance. But but when we do that, then us content creators would figure shit out. They don't want to do that anymore, I don't think. Because there's all the exotics. Yeah. So they're basically going to reload everything in the cloud today or however they do their programming and release it when it comes up. Then you're going to be able to download the download. And then once it downloads, then you can start playing Brooklyn and season 7 will be live in the morning or maybe in the afternoon, depending on where you are in the States. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I've never really looked for her, but I know what I've been told. If I did find her, it was a long time ago. Yeah, I probably shouldn't stay up too late tonight myself, Wolf, because I got to drive all the way to Indy for that VA appointment. and I don't want to be tired when I get home because hopefully I can jump on here and yeah, start doing. And then tomorrow or the next day, the 28th, I got to go to Lafayette, which is only an hour away, and then I got to get my hearing aids. So that's going to be. I'll have to figure out how that's going to work. He's trying to find. Okay, you found Wally. Okay. See, you were just complaining you weren't getting that. I told you priority objectives. So, how many you been averaging a night, Wolf? Even with slow internet and having a family to take care of, just 4 or 5. I kind of walked you through it. I told you you do. I, I know. So when you, for one, do you have your season pass all 100 levels done? You should. Yeah. So hit your menu button, go over to Burden of Truth. That's your season, and you should be at 100. In fact, because they added the recurring 10 over and over and over again, I'm at uh, 256 level. So I've done the season almost the I'm halfway through the third time of the season pass. Okay, so when you go to your burden, well, okay, when you so you got your inventory, your burden of truth inside the burden of truth little dial, like it's on a watch. It'll say mission 7 of 7, and then it'll say underneath it'll say tier. Main menu. Okay, okay. So when you get to the menu that says clan, inventory, burden, truth, social, news, all that, look over to the burden of truth. Don't do anything. Look over the burden of truth. It'll say next reward at tier. So you're 58 levels past 100. So you've completed it. Right. So if you click on the burden of truth, you'll see the reward section. And what you do is the green bar that's at the bottom of your next reward. Okay. When it gets close to being finished, you want to pick a priority objective that is going to be big enough to make you, when you get the reward, it puts you over that limit into getting that reward. So, say half is like 400 points. If you pick something that's 800 points, it should knock you over, and and get it. But I don't do it as good as he does it. He knows down pat. I was originally told you got to wait till you're about 100, less than 100 points away. My problem is what I do is I start helping somebody else, and then something triggers that, and then I gain that box, and then I gain my 100 bonus points, and it doesn't. I think that's where I'm going wrong. But be prepared to stay on the news to figure out what the next glitch is going to be here tomorrow, and because there's going to be one, guarantee it. There are going to be a lot of them. Let's hope it's not a glitch that fuck it up for you. You know, there's some glitches out there. If you did this and did that, or you stayed on when you rebooted, then your account got deleted, and you had to ask for it back for the next 3 days, and yeah, or you got froze up, or you got stuck. I was stuck in a rock for 3 days. Walking on top of a rock, and all of a sudden fell through, and it's kind of like Modern Warfare. There's certain rocks you can. So it's kind of it's yeah, it's Brooklyn, which is basically it's basically the yeah, but it's basically the map from Division 1. So this update basically is going to incorporate basically Division 1 into Division 2 without doing that, because they can't just merge them together, because one's one program, one uses Snowdrop or Teardrop or whatever the hell, Snowdrop engine. The other one uses a different kind of engine. So you couldn't merge them together if you wanted to. And I think they're ready that they want to. And if anybody played the Division 1, when they started letting us have multiple exotics at the same time in Division 1, they started letting us have it, this almost be superpowers. We knew Division 2 was just days away, because when they started giving us the farm, we knew they we don't care about this game anymore, because we want you to buy the new game. We want you to like this so much you want to buy the new one. Right. So we're giving you everything you ever wanted. That's I do too. Even though I did not play, um yeah, and that's what Descent was supposed to be. Well, I don't like it because it's not when the other one was still a looter shooter. You could find more shit as you were. And I'm a great looter. That's really what I am. I'm a great looter in these games. When you play like the war zone where you go around and collect all the money, I won. Plunder. I was number one at plunder most of the time. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But well, I liked the game the other game we played pretty hot and heavy there for a while when it first came out. The Alien game. And then it got so buggy that I just quit playing it. You stayed in it longer than I did. No, it wasn't Halo. I told you, again, I'm not trying to insult you. You're not ready for Legendary. Well, what I'm saying is instead of jumping into Legend, what I'm saying is, and again, I'm, I'm your friend. Yeah, I got you as a friend. I'm telling you, get your builds. Exactly, and I've been trying to get him to get his expertise, his builds up, his things so to help him. It helps when you're not a super looter shooter. But you gotta learn how to play it right. The builds I'm a no, well, I think one of you were. I think it's you that's in the clan, not the captain. Captain's in his own clan. Yeah, there's two guys that came and they died. They're not smart enough. I died in the middle of a mission, and these guys aren't even smart enough to respawn. I think you're in the same as us. I do believe you're in the same as us. I can't tell from you not being in the same thing. And all three of you were showing offline, by the way. I don't know. I understood. Yeah, you're showing offline. If not, look up the video. I'll show you right now. You're offline. See, it's on the video. I think you were. By the way, you can't tell. I need to set up the camera. That way you can see that big, well, I probably don't look like I have a big smile, but I was smiling on the inside. It was definitely clearly a joke. And I really hate this because then I'm laying around in the middle of all this and totally bored, nothing to do. Yeah, there's three of them in here and they still can't get me up. I had to kill two. I've had this a number of times today. Territory missions. Basically, it's something that, and you got to pick the one that has the guns on it. You just can't pick any territorial thing that upgrades the territory. It's got to be the gun one. And it says territory control. Territory control activities. And all I had to do is open this damn loot box. There it is. A shocker punch for the third time today. Jesus. So I don't know why my son didn't tell me, but his son is back in the mental hospital trying to kill himself again. It's more attention. It's the one that was playing Fortnite when he was over here the other day. He got his vape pen. His parents found him vaping again, so they grounded him and they took his vape pen away, and he ate a bunch of pills. So off they shipped him off. Well, the next day his grandmother died. Well, here's the Jerry Springer part of the show. More than I've ever told you, Wolf. So the my youngest son's first wife's mother, my mother babysitted her when she was an infant, her and her sister. I remember being 4 years old or 5 years old, and Diane, the girl that the lady that just died's older sister, she was probably 7 or 8, was in the bathroom saying, "Well, push here." I'm totally naked, sitting there with with one girl, and they're showing me how to poop better because I was constipated. We didn't know there was anything wrong with that. Can't poop. Probably ate too much cheese. Yeah, yeah. Just push here while you're pooping. That'll help. I mean, and while that was happening, mom walked by. It was like, "What are you two doing? Get out of there!" What did we do wrong? Wasn't like she was playing with my ding a ling. I wouldn't have known what that was at the time anyway. Yeah, I've got two peckers and three shocker punches and one St. Elmo's fire. But I screwed up with the St. Elmo's fire or the St. Elmo's engine. The inventory was full. So because I was actually going to drop it to him. I was going to drop it to Payne. And it went into my cash because I was 150. I was full. Shit. Whew. Oh, objective. That's what. Okay, so let's take this. Awesome. It's already 9:30. Holy shit. So what is it, 6:30 there in Cali? You're out in Cali too? Let's see, we got oh, I'm getting 27 levels today. Scorpio. Near max Scorpio is probably 8.5 on armor, damage to armor. Probably a 9.5 on swap speed. Totally maxed out on shotgun damage. I will keep it for right now. If I want to destroy it tomorrow, I can. I can always break it down later, right? We'll see what. I ain't upgrading anything tonight. I'm done with that. I'm just collecting shit. Elite Patrol. You can click on their name and it should give you you examine. I could tell you if they're in the clan. You're not in our clan. Captain's in our clan. You're not. No, that's a different captain. You got to leave the clan you're in before I can send you an invite, and Rise can send you an invite. Yeah, so you got to leave your clan that you're in before we can invite you. So, did you know all the drama that was going on with Kamikaze Von Doom, Wolf? So, he was doing conflict like he usually does. And he usually does that when he's testing a build or, getting game footage for a build. And he started in, somebody either asked him or he volunteered that he was not at Maslow, was not invited to come to Maslow. And there was a picture that was posted of some of the guys that were there, and there was only like 10 or 15. So you got to be the top of the top. You got to be 100,000 subscribers, kind of thing. NGN, well, he as he's playing, he said, "Hey, just grow, don't pay to have players, subscribers and watch time and all this, and half these guys are fake." So he called half the guys that went to Maslow fake. um hold on, hold on, I can change. I can hold on, I can change that. You should have. You should have. You're the same level as me. Not invite group, invite to clan. Yeah. Right. using up the last things on my Shade Watch. I think I'm all done. No, I got 11 more to use. Oh, not on this character. I, this is my storage character right now. I'll let you know when I'm ready to. Um, oh, I knew what I was going to do. Going to spend his last money on getting money. Because I'm probably never going to mule a character again. Say what? Yeah, because then you still got to recover all the now on the characters you muled. Remember to make sure you go in your crafting station and craft all your like scopes and mods and all that. Make sure you got those all appropriate. If not, you're going to be able to, be building and building. Why can't I put a scope on that? Hey, you haven't constructed it yet. So 10,334 levels. Yeah, him and Captain, I was getting on their case about what they would shoot somebody, but they wouldn't. If they want a headshot at kill, they just step over and keep going. And I'm like, you can't do that because now he's going to resurrect and shoot us in the back, and I'm too squishy to be shot in the back. So I need you to, if you shoot somebody and you don't kill them with a headshot, stay on that body and pop their head or wait till they stand up and shoot them again and kill them. But we were on the struggle bus earlier. Oh yeah. Yeah, there was a point where we actually wiped and there was a point where they went down and then I had to circle behind and almost died trying to get them up. We were playing just challenging. We were playing I think that was on Roosevelt Island. Okay, I know I don't have a lot of exotic pieces. I probably can. We'll see. I don't want to use them today because if they do revamp it, make it a little cheaper for the lower levels, then I'm just wasting them. Plus, I need like 10 or 15s just so I can level up my Eagle Bear or something, to keep it at max level. Make a make a video about that. So I got every one of my exotics at level 12. Every one of them, except I did that with one of my Mulin stuff. I seen it. Yes. And is that what your AI did for you? So let me see if I can. I did. I didn't know it had a limit because I used that limit all up yesterday. I should be able to use it. So mine look very similar. I did. So the first one I took a picture of, and the bear slumped down. Is a brown bear, and his nose is down, and then the hummingbird's about chest level, pointing up at him. So it followed it pretty good. It's pretty close to what I kind of perceived, what I would like to perceive, and that's probably best. But it still looks like I want the bird almost kind of looking down at him. And I said, "Well, I want it closer." So I asked closer to the bear's face, and when it did, it basically put the hummingbird is actually kind of the beak is across his nose, literally on his nose, not right face to face. But it looked like it took the same image and just made it closer. And that was too much. So then I tried to do a third one, and I guess the first one never materialized before I changed it. In fact, it's still spinning the day later, and then I ask because at first I ask I asked for I ask make a image of a sitting bear face to face with a hummingbird, and somehow it wrote bird. So it word corrected me and it put bird face to face with a hummingbird. So the bird sitting there and the hummingbird's right in its face, which would be great. And I said, as if the hummingbird. But did you put a hummingbird in there? I didn't see the I didn't see the hummingbird, but I just see the little image. So So how can I see old messages? There you go. No, down here, maybe chat request. Is it gone already? Well, that's what I did the second and third time. And then when I tried it again, it Joan Jett has not aged well. Two of the girls I really liked well, probably more than that, turned out to be switch hitters. I always liked Christy McKitchell or Christy McNichols. And Joan Jett, they're both lesbians. Trader Joe's, what? Pasta and lobster? Oh, I don't need to see a video like that now. It's too late to eat. I got that stuff. I got the ricotta. I got the mascarpone. Mascarpone. Oh, that looks good. Yeah, I need to quit watching that stuff. I don't need to eat this time of night. So my best friend's brother rode in the sand today and drew drew a cross in the sand, and he put Jim on one side and Jeff on the other, and that's his dad and his brother. They both passed. And I said, "Dude, you're making me cry." One of the guys that commented was so Rob Lowe put this on there about his brother and his dad, and the first comment was from John DeGraff. Now, John was an SP in the Air Force. Me and Jeff went in '83 in the Air Force, and then Rob and John followed us in '84. So when I was getting stationed up at the Cobra Dame up at Shemia, I had to get a security clearance to get it signed up there to the radar station. And so this SP calls up from Anchorage, and he said, "Hey, I'm so and so." He said it so fast I didn't recognize the name. And I was told that I have to do security background check on you. So I got a few questions to ask you before we send OSI back to your high school to do a thorough background check. Like, okay. He goes, "Can you describe what was going through your head when you were involved with a bunch of hooligans that took a bunch of for sale signs, houses for sale signs, and put them all in the mayor's yard?" I'm like, "Yeah, we did that a lot with a lot of different people. It was an innocent prank. It was, they just stick down on the ground. Just everybody knew the mayor's house wasn't for sale, especially with 50-room signs in there. Probably the realtors didn't like it, but yeah, I guess it'd be called vandalism, but it's not like got to figure out why. Yeah, yeah, it was probably inconvenient for the realtors to go put it on the real back on the real houses that they were, trying to sell. So yeah, it might have been inconvenient for them. Um, but he goes, "How about the toilet? The toilet you set in the front yard in the band directors?" I said, "No, I didn't do that. I may have been in the car when it happened. I don't even think I was in the car. I think I was actually skating that night, but my best friends did it, and I know who did, but it wasn't me." He goes, "You sure you weren't in the car? You sure you weren't involved?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I know you weren't involved because I did it. This is John DeGraff." I was like, "Well, that's pretty thorough, but I guarantee that ain't in my record somewhere. Something's going on here." Sure enough, it was John. And how do you get a sign? It was like, "Hey, there's this new dude going up there to shimmy him. You got to do background check." And he looked at the name and goes, "I don't need no dude, no background check." And the supervisor goes, "Yeah, you got to do it." He goes, "I can tell you shit about this guy that you will never find." And he goes, "What?" "He's my best friend's best friend. He's my best friend's brother's best friend." There you go. He said, "We all went in the Air Force within a year, all four of us. I know him very well." In fact, when I got off the island, I still had to spend because I asked outpost active duty at Anchorage, so I had to, do all the stuff at the main base. So I left Shimia, and then I had a week later um, uh, to do my stuff. So I actually left Shimia and got to Anchorage on my birthday, June 13th. And I told him, I said, "You got to get me back to Indiana by June 20th because, my son will turn 4 years old." And I got back home for his birthday. I'll have to remind him of that the next time he says that I didn't care for him enough. I'm like, "I busted my ass." Basically, I told the Air Force, "Don't tell me I didn't bust my ass." And I remember on the way home when mom and dad picked me up from the airport with my sons, we went and seen Batman Returns, the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I didn't say it was good. I said that's what we watched. Elvin Bishop fooled around and fell in love. It's in my somebody's put that in my Facebook. Took me a long time to figure out the lead singer was the same lead singer that ended up in Jefferson Airplane. Um, Mickey Thomas. Mickey Thomas was the guy that sung "Fooled Around and Fell in Love" for Evelyn Bishop, and he's also the one that sings Jane. He basically replaced Glory Slick when Grace got pregnant with Katner's baby, and she didn't want it. And Katner talked her into, "Well, I want my child, so if you go full term, I'll take care of it." She goes, "I'm not taking care of a baby. We're not. We were in a band." And then when he left, he took the name Jefferson with him, so they had to call themselves Starship. So they were Jefferson Airplane at first, and then they became Jefferson Starship when they got Elvin Bishop, the Mickey Thomas. They became Jefferson Starship, and they had to shorten their name just to Starship when Cantner left. Grace is a weird person. Her daughter's beautiful, just like probably what she looked like, but she seems to be a. She was in a few movies and then. Okay. Oh shit! You got that down, Pat. Too bad I didn't ever learn how to do that the way you did. That's pretty good. 3 exotics an hour. That'd be like 30 a day if I played that way.